Alright, let's see how this goes. Yeah, I can at least unlock this as well. Yeah, I've already bought that one. Alright.
Let's investigate
Go
this
back to having
further.
albedo. Could I swap you out? Maybe I could bring out Shinha, but nah. So I definitely want to use Shogun more. Take that quest off, because I am finishing that tonight.
Like a lamb to the slaughter.
Illusion shattered!
Love the junk.
Come at the beat!
Silence! I'll need. Need. I'll be back.
It actually could be worthwhile if I, whatchamacallit. I do need some... Yeah, we are in Sumeru. Hey, Makoto. I did that as if I was talking like Shogun. Yeah, I'm mostly just waiting on Shadow, but I know I'm like really mega early. Because he's the one who definitely wanted to see my reaction to the quest. I just like how 1 second I'm talking un, deux, trois, like talking about my French stuff, and next thing you know, I mean, I made it to like 4 a.m., which is really impressive considering here lately I can't even make it to 11, much less midnight. Tried staying up to finish the quest, but my body told me no. Because honestly, I don't remember falling asleep. My body literally just... I passed out. There was no controlling it. And my body's just gotten that fragile recently. Now that I think about it... Fontaine... Oh wait, I got a reputation award. Actually, let me pull up the stream so I can actually see what you typed fully. Because sometimes YouTube will show the entire comment, and sometimes, no. Well, it's not that I got auto shutdown mode, it's... I cannot physically eat solid food. And so to compensate the lack of calories, my body is making me sleep so much that I can't control when I sleep anymore. I've tried pushing it last night, which somehow I lucked out to get a few hours. but it's going to take another few weeks till a doctor can even fix me. Which, actually, at the same time... Okay, I'm not even focusing on what I set out to do originally. No, let's... Okay, not the steam... I don't need this new stand, I just need the steam bird. Yeah, I physically cannot eat solid food. I can drink liquids, no issue. I can drink milkshakes. I can do anything liquid. I can breathe just fine. But when it comes to solid food, my body will force my... I can start to try swallowing, but then my body auto stops itself. It forces me to not swallow. Whether it be powder, whether it's actual food, and if I can somehow luck out and actually swallow a piece of food, I feel like I'm going to choke at any second, because it feels like it's stuck in my throat. And this has been going on since about a month now. Well, see, it's not just like it's vegetables for you, but that's not the case for me. It's like chicken, burgers, fries. I could have probably a fingernail amount of a fry, so barely a sliver, and my body will not let me swallow it. I've also, because how my body is fortunate, like I said, I can drink liquids just fine. I remember how to swallow. It's natural, it's automatic. I do not remember how to swallow food at the same time as... So when I said I'm losing my mental focus, I wasn't saying it like I'm sick or something. I'm saying as in I am losing it mentally because I am not eating. I can actually properly start going for the wings now. It's gonna take me a while, but... Oh yeah, I need to, assuming they're not one-time things. Well, no, I also gotta take into account if I'm doing Sumeru. I got quests I need to finish. And like I said, it's gonna be another, probably a month or so till I can get my throat. Clyde, Olivier! But it's gonna be a while till I can get my throat fixed. I mean, I went to the doctor, but they couldn't figure out why it's wrong, so now I gotta wait for the hospital to call me to set up an appointment to get this one test. Let's see, as long as you don't take me near to things. Rainbow roses. Let me do that. Bullfruit. Got you. Supply of salt. Of course you're invulnerable to... We got Electro. But you're vulnerable to Anemo. I wonder, maybe? Oh, right. So, I did wish earlier. I have not gotten, I got another spin it. So I'm still waiting for... I only need one more constellation until I can get a C6 Kudrosara. That is my main want, so I'm definitely going to wish as much as possible. But... I actually won. So now... I got a C1 right in Shogun. So hopefully by the time she gets her next rerun, I'm going all in for C2. Because that 60% ignoring of defense, ooh, that's going to spike my Shogun damage. It's going to be sweet. I already got C1. Might as well go for C2 now. Right now, I just gain resolve stacks a lot quicker for her burst. Not like a lot quicker, but I mean, instead of having to wait and get maybe 2 rotations and then have maxed out resolve stacks, I get it quicker. You still have more crit and everything, but that 60% ignoring of defense, that is going to spike my Shogun damage regardless. That, and why wouldn't I want C2? I mean, I triple crowned her. Well, you gotta think, it's not shredding like elemental defense. This is just overall defense. Doesn't matter if they're elemental weakness resistance. It doesn't matter if they're, you know, resistant to electro. I will still do more damage. As in, you add that 60% defense reduction, and then you also gotta think, Viridescent, I can reduce their elemental resistance by 40%. On top of 60% defense, I'd be... It doesn't matter if I bring Kazuha, if I made a Venti Shogun team, just anyone with Viridescent. I mean, my Shogun will... And that's not even having her weapon either. That's just C2. So, hopefully, maybe I can get an early pity Shogun? It'd be nice. I'm not saying I'm going to, but... Which... How good does the glider look on you? Looks okay, but... That definitely fits him. Could that fit him, though? That one could fit him in the current moment, actually. And then I definitely want to get... If I don't have to have C2, C2 would be nice, but I at least would like to get C1 for a Nouvellette. Because, I mean, just going from 125 extra charge attack damage to 160, yes, the crit damage would be nice, so I'd probably still go for C2. But, I mean, characters I'd want constellations for. Nouvellette, Shogun, I'd love to get a C1 Tainari, but, I mean, I don't got a choice on guaranteeing him. It happens when it happens. I'll eventually get a constellation. Albedo. Um, I mean, C2 would increase his burst damage by his defense instead of just pure attack stacking. But I'm not. Well, I am. Yeah, I mean, if I don't have characters I want for a long time, and I just have a shit ton of wishes saved up, he's not like a have to, want to, but I wouldn't C6 him. I don't even think. I'd probably go C3 at the highest if I just had this. I mean, there are characters I would love to max out. I mean, Shogun. Uh, Regardless, there are characters that I would like to have constellations for. I just don't have all this cash. The only reason I got C2 Kazuha, his first rerun, was because insane luck, but I won a bet, so I didn't even buy Kazuha. But Nouvellette, which I'm just going to do the weapons because Shogun, I could see myself getting constellations, but like I said, not a high priority. High priorities. What's your constellations? C6 would just be insanely good. Again, I love Shinha, not the highest priority. I mean, C2 for the extra 6 seconds and the extra crit damage is nice, but I understand why you can't exactly. You're already stacking so much crit damage with Cryo, with Freeze, that I could understand why you're not doing like the 4 stars. That and the way Shinha works, you get her quill damage, that's where most of the buffing comes into effect. Oh, actually, Shinha is actually looking. Her early constellations aren't like. Actually, C1, you can reset the icy quills. Ooh, actually, at Shinha, I'd at least get C2. But if I could, she would definitely has potential for C6. She's like Shogun and Nouvellette. Yalan. Max HP. I mean, the way I use her, my Yalan's perfect. Maybe I could do a tiny bit more crit rate. But I mean, I got 65, 160, 180 energy recharge on an emblem set. She is min-maxed. She's good. And I mean, she gets HP just by being in the party, so I'm over the 30k HP. And then if I did have someone else, I can still offset it, but... I mean, I could work on her talents. I could really work on her talents. But I mean... my Elan, I don't... Besides talent leveling up, I'm not touching her, really. Nah. I wouldn't get any Shao constellations. I mean, I heard C1 is really good, but I'm fine with not having it. Sino. Ooh. I mean, it's just more electro damage. I don't think Sino needs constellations. It's just actually having proper supports. Milu, no, she's good as is. Just build HP. I mean, if I could get an HP sword. I mean, C2, she is reducing Hydra resistance and Danger resistance, so that is good. But if you got proper, it's like Sino. If you got proper supports, she is, even without an HP sword, she is very free to play friendly. Like, she is just stack HP. You don't really need to have her burst. I mean, as long as you just trigger her skill every time you can refresh it, you can keep all these talents at level 1. All your damage is coming from her HP, basically. You do not need constellations. Which, I do need to change this to a Iron Sting. But that's gonna have to wait. Damn, I got so many flutes. Cliggy. Attacks and skills have certain chances to summon sparks that are dealing. Being hit. I would. She's not a character I would get constellations for. I just love Klee in general. But if someone would pay for me, like, they spent their cash, but I still got the constellations, I would get C4 just for the memes. Because, I mean, who doesn't want to make a C4 Boom Boom Bucket in? D-Luke. Deals more HP. I mean, even if you get attacked with a shield, that's 30% extra attack, and I'll get those passively. Honestly, I gotta figure out why it's feeling so cold. Alright, I'm back. I am not using the bell on Kaveh. It's just a placeholder at the moment. Because Kaveh is definitely a character I would love constellations for. But, I mean, compared to 5 stars, you are never guaranteed 4 stars. I went an entire patch last time, not getting a single Kudrosara, and I only needed 1 constellation even then. But I got C6 Rosario. Now I'm getting Bennett and everything, but still no Kudrosara. But I would definitely love a Kaveh constellations, because Kaveh is he's the main driver for my Nilou team right now. He is the one, but I would appreciate it. Well, actually, I could R2 it. Anyway, I don't... Right now, I got it on Dory because Dory is... Right, without it, she's only at... I mean, even with it, I am like 7 energy recharge away from having 5 more extra energy. Because it's for every 100. So, I mean, I definitely need to get... Oh, Dory! I want her C4. She's also a... People do not like her, whether it's her design, whether it's her personality. That's fair. But she is actually a very good support. Going back though. So at the moment, I have the Great Sword on Kaveh, just because I need the energy recharge. I am not getting enough Dendro particles, which is, probably would help if I could get a Baiju. Because then I could link Baiju and Kaveh together. But as it stands right now, no Baiju. And without that, I want to build a mailed flower Kaveh build. This is the build I want. Because I'm capping at... I'd be at 881 elemental mastery. But I need more energy. I got so much crit because I'm thinking, okay, the little bit I am doing, I can crit. But my energy recharge is only at 142. So unless I can figure out a way to proc more energy for him, like...
Where's my key?
Right now I got a flex slot. I'm trying to figure out who to replace. Where... Oh, right. I got rid of it because of Nouvelette. I mean, Child, I can put him to another team. But, I mean, I can say the same for Xiao. There's just so many characters now. Oh yeah, because I was thinking this for Navia team. So I don't want to take that away. Honestly, I could probably make Wanderer and Xiao over here, so... Let me take that off.
Where are we dancing today?
So it's Navia...
Who's our target this time?
Not Navia. It's Nilou, Yelan.
I'll take care of this.
Right now I got a flex slot. I don't know if I want to do... Actually,
Thank you.
if I can level up Kiara, I would gain a shield, and then with Bloom, I'm constantly taking Dendro damage instead, so the shield would last a lot longer. And then that could help with Kave's energy proccing. The bad part is, Nilou and Kiara both need HP, but my Nilou and my Dory are already sharing the HP artifacts, so I need more HP artifacts. I think... Honestly, this might be the team I use. And you're saying, well, where's the main DPS? I mean, is Yelan your main DPS? No. Yelan is pure off-field. Kiara off-field. Nilou, unless I'm proccing her skill, she's off-field. I'm making a main DPS Kaveh with Nilou. I mean, this is the whole reason I wanted Kaveh. It wasn't because he is basically a 4-star Alhaitham. But he is... Where Alhaitham has the damage, Kaveh has the survivability in Bloom that Alhaitham does not. Because of this passive. For every Dendro core, whether it's Hyper Bloom, which that Hyper Bloom, you're not getting hit by it too often. It is very, very small. But whether I make Kaveh a version driver for, Toma still doing the damage, but Kaveh's applying the Dendro, and there's a shield there, or with Nilou and all that, I gain HP as well, so between the shielding, making it where I don't get stunned, so I can keep applying Dendro, I got extra healing just from taking damage with the cores. And that's for every point of elemental mastery. And then this is adding more elemental mastery. When Nilou activates her skill, I gain 100 elements. I'd be stacking like 1100, maybe 1200 elemental mastery. And the more elemental mastery you have, the more your Dendro cores deal damage. So, he is honestly the best driver for a Nilou DPS team. No one comes close. He has Dendro Infusion. He can heal from the core popping. He is tailor-made for Nilou, in my opinion. But you can still make him work in Virgin as a driver, because you don't need the Dendro damage for that. You just need he is... But because of how I got my D-Luke at the moment, it's working out right now, so if anything, I could, instead of doing a mulled flower, I could probably go Rain Slasher for the Elemental Mastery on top of, because opponents would be affected by Hydro as well, I'd still be dealing more damage. Versus needing to get... Yeah, that could probably work out. Kuki, I already got C6. Kale. Honestly, I got C4. C4 is all I wanted. This makes her incredible with the Shogun. Because when you use her burst, that burst lasts for 6 seconds. You get this one, it lasts up to 9 seconds. I mean, Baishu had a rerun, but Kave wasn't in that one, I don't think. But no, if you time Kale's burst with Shogun, you can get a really good aggravate Shogun damage. At least I feel that it could be top tier. It's not the greatest, probably. Like, probably other teams like Hypercarry Shogun can probably deal more damage. But I mean, if you want to introduce Dendro, I feel Kale is actually really good with Shogun, in my opinion. Navia. Restore 3 energy. I made it well known I do not like Bennett. The only reason I built him was because I needed a healer for Shogun. Honestly, I might make my Shogun Hypercarry Bennettless, which sounds controversial, but I mean, if I can get C6 Kojo Sara, I can avoid the attack bonus. I mean, you can get up to 36 crit rate. This is honestly pretty good. Don't know if I'd go for it just because she is definitely well stocked at C0. And people have cracked out insane numbers, even without her weapon. Which I need to grind out these rocks in Fontaine so I can build the Tidal Shadow. I would like to get Yaimiko C2. I don't know if I... Honestly, if I just had the spare cat, it's a spare cash thing because I can't always get every character where I want them. But I mean, you gain energy for her burst, and then you get more damage on top of extra attack range. It's like Shogun and Nuvolite are priorities. But if I just had the spare cash and people weren't coming out, or say it's I got so many characters, but no one I want currently is active, you know, it's just a bunch of reruns of characters I already got, and I already got where I want them, and I just got a crap ton of wishes saved up, I'd say she's definitely top of the list for like A category on characters that once all the must-wants are obtained, she's definitely up there for I would love at least C2. Wanderer. Honestly, he's actually... I definitely need to R5 a Widsif, but I do not have any more Widsifs to, I only could even make an R3, but even then, I don't have. I already leveled this one up, so. And honestly, this one should have been on Klee, so. But I mean, just get a Widsif on him. I could definitely. This one needs to be improved. I could get crit rate and improve stuff. Honestly, just get more attack and more crit rate, and my Wanderer will be done. I mean, at max level. Yeah, if I can get more crit rate, because then I'll push me towards 70. But I mean, already 62 and then like 187. But honestly, I got more, because you got to take into account, I got Farzon C6. So I actually have 40 extra crit damage. So at the moment, with no extra. Oh wait, I also forget, if I run him in a freeze team, right? Like, he is my freeze DPS. If I can infuse cryo, I get 15 extra crit, or 20, I get 20 extra crit rate. If I can just infuse cryo on him right now, with my C6 Farzon, that would put me at 82 crit rate, and like 227 crit damage. That's insane. Like, Wanderer, he is perfect where he is. I just get some more crit rate in case I don't infuse cryo, but he's set. You only need C0. You do not need any constellations. Now, Child. This is a tough one. I would love C1. I would insanely love C1. C1 would allow me to use him more on field overall. C2, no. C3, no. Just get me a C1. But that's not really what I want most. I think what I want most is Polar Star. But the odds of me getting Polar Star are so stacked against me that so funny story with Child. I mean, he was my. I attempted to go for Hu Tao first, but then I misclicked and won Child, but I still counted as a loss because I wanted Hu Tao. So I enjoyed him, but it wasn't like I wanted him. But he got better over time once I actually started to build him properly. When Ayato came out, I'm thinking, get Ayato. He is going to replace my Child. Because at the time, I really enjoyed Ayato. I mean, it was his character trial, this, that, and the other. But Ayato had almost 100% Hydro uptime. I mean, he still technically does. I got him on my ult. But after actually building Ayato, taking the time, I still like Ayato. But where I didn't like Child, I've actually grown to it went from Ayato over Child for gameplay, but now I actually enjoy Child so much more. Like, I would take Child even with the cooldown problem, which is why I would like C1. Child is actually... It is risk and reward, or high risk, high reward, and all that. But I actually enjoy Child's gameplay so much more now. Like, he's... Nuvola and Milan, yes, they're meta, but I just like them for the characters, not the meta. But Child is definitely... I like him over Xingqiu, I like him over Mona. I mean, characters that people love that... I mean... I like Child over Nilou, and I love Nilou, but Child is like top 3. It's just getting a proper weapon so I can... I want more crit damage, but I need the crit rate. And his thing was just Hydra damage bonus. So it's hard to get proper crit value with him. Like, you gotta min-max, but I mean... I got almost 20 crit damage. I got 14 crit rate, but I also need energy recharge because his burst costs 60. So I need something. I got... This is the problem I have. If it's just this one piece, it's got so much HP, but it's got 13 crit damage. But I mean, without this one piece, right? I'm still at 68, but then I drop below 100 in crit damage. Whereas, I don't know, I feel... Honestly, it has HP on it. I just want to show like a general sentiment. I mean, I could be at like 60 something and then 120. Or actually. No, I honestly, I don't need that piece. I need... Yeah, let's say Wanderer's piece, for example, right? With 12 crit rate, 20 crit damage. If I could min-max my artifacts that much, I'd be at 64, 160. So I'd still be critting a good amount of the time. I only lose 4 crit rate. But I gain so much crit damage. It's that one piece that is blocking me from using this crit damage piece. Oh, because all that HP. I mean, I got 8, 15, 10, almost 12. I mean, I got good artifacts. It's just my attack sans that's holding him back. That's why I do enjoy playing him, but I don't want to play him until I get a better piece in a way. Got her C6. C6 I hear is good, but I mean... I just wanted... I mean, she can heal better. That's honestly best. C6. I could, I'm just not. C4 has eluded me for so damn long. But... I mean, this would make Child do more damage as well. C6. I actually got Lisa C4. I would like C6, honestly. Because just taking the field you get max stacks where I can just hold and I do insane damage. C4 definitely. Chi-Chi, again, it's a standard character. I can't say much. Same for Mona. Though I am one constellation away from having 15 extra crit rate on any party member who deals damage on from an enemy affected by Mona. So I mean C4, I would rather have C1 Tainari first, but I wouldn't mind another Mona. C6 Mona makes no sense to me. But I mean C4 is basically her last power bump, really, in my opinion. Dea, I got C1. She is definitely a character I would love to have C6. Hell, just give me C2. My Dea will be set, in my opinion. The one thing I do regret is not having her weapon, but like I said, compared to Star Rail, that has the 50-50, or technically it's a 75, but your next time's a guarantee. Genshin doesn't have that. If it had the 50-50 guarantee, like the characters do, I would probably go for weapons more often on Genshin. Because then I would attempt Polar Star. And then I could fix my child. Noelle, I got her C6. It's just... I don't have her built. But she's actually going to become a teammate with Albedo when Corrosion is in effect. Just because I don't have Cinnabar. I would love to have Cinnabar, but I didn't play the event because I wasn't around. So, yeah. So this will help with Albedo with Corrosion. And then if I get Farina, I think she can out heal Farina's HP loss. Ningguang, it's just building her. I got her C6. I got Sucrose C6. So, I mean, some supports that people are like, these are like must build supports. Like Sucrose, Beto, Mona. I have not built, as you can clearly see. Kaya. I would love C2. Because then I could make a... I kind of want to do a Kaya Child freeze team. That would be pretty cool in my opinion. Toma, I got C6. It's just building him. But honestly, I don't know if I want to go ahead and build him, or if I'd want to turn Klee into a virgin team first, because Klee, I feel like they designed... Yes, Toma has the capabilities between the shield and everything, but because of how the cores are, okay, you know how Toma's burst has insanely poor reach, right? Well, I feel Virgin was actually made for Klee, not Toma. But Toma lucked out because of his burst. If he didn't have that attacking animation with his burst and the shield resetting, I feel Klee was actually properly made, because you are making Dendro cores explode. And I am going to go back to the characters, right? Klee's ultimate is called Sparks and Splash. And you have constant pyro with Klee. Well, Virgin, Grassy, Blasty, Sparks, and Splash. That sounds like words Klee would say. So, I think they're kind of hinting at that. I mean, Sparks and Splash is in the achievement name, and Klee has... Yeah, I do still want to keep Klee where she's at, but I definitely wouldn't mind, say, making a proper Virgin team, because she excels at Virgin. It's just keeping a shield, and getting actual proper supports, because with this, I need to have good off-field Dendro, and right now I got Traveler, but you're going to get enough. Actually, what if Sage Queen isn't a healer? I get she's a nurse. Yes, she's a nurse. But you can also be a nurse by helping protect people. What if Sage Queen could be a Hydro Shielder? Because, I mean, you're still helping people by being a shielder. I don't know, it's a possibility. Right, damn, I meant to be exploring, and here I have been talking about characters for like the past hour. Oh, we're getting there. Yanfei, maxed. I definitely would like to get... Don't know if I want C6, but I definitely would like more Lynette. Sayu... I would like C6, cause... Honestly, you could make her a swirl DPS healer if you can get C6. She becomes a DPS, but also a healer. Fermine... Yeah, I mean, he's definitely a character I do want to build, like, eventually. Clearly. Diona... I have her built on my alt, but Diona is kind of like Bennett. I don't care for them, but they are very useful. Chongyun, Shinha makes him cracked. So I do think I will build him eventually. Razor, I do want to build Razor. It's just... I want to get Eula first and build her properly. Maybe if I had C6... not even... If I had C4, I probably would go ahead and build Razor. But as it stands right now... I get C2, I don't care what anyone says. C2, I'm making an Amber team. Goro. Well, no, I am building him. I got Albedo on this account. And then I'm gonna hopefully maybe get Ito on my alternate account, so Goro would still be built. Heizo, I actually got him C6, his first ever banner. And I do want to play and build him. It's just, I've never actually dedicated to building him. But I do want to build him, it's just, I haven't. He's been out for over a year. I don't know why I haven't built him. Mika. I would love to get a C6. I want him for Eula. Kiara. Honestly, I got C1. That's all she needs in my opinion. Standard character. I got Alhaitham built on my alt. I did not mean to get him on this account. It's just one of those early pities. And I forget who he was running with, but yeah, I didn't mean to get Alhaitham. So, I mean, it's going to piss a lot of people off seeing a level 20 non-built Alhaitham. I don't know if I'm going to build him on this account. Eventually I will, yes, but right now, no. Charlotte's a mixed bag. I got C1. So I think if I could get Charlotte C1 on my alt, I will build her because I have Farina on my alt. Layla. Honestly, get C1, you're set. People say C4 is cracked. It is not. I mean, yes, you get 5% based off Layla's max HP. And you're stacking a lot of HP. But it gets removed after one attack. No, I don't think that's good. Maybe it procs multiple times. I haven't done proper testing. She is a top tier shielder. I just don't know when I'm going to build her. We already know once I get C6, she's a must build. Yao Yao. I do want to build her, I just don't know if I want any more constellations. Candace. Well, actually, oh yeah, let me go with Xinyan first. Xinyan C6, eventually I build her. Candace will be built one day. She will be built. I'm just waiting on that last constellation. This turns her into a proper sub DPS. This one constellation. Because, yeah, she's a buffer first and foremost. But then this one constellation, she goes from pure DPS buffer to proper Hydro sub DPS. Alright. Now that I talked my head off about what characters I want, actually get to exploring. Didn't think I'd chat for that long, but it just shows how much I love Genshin. But there's some characters that actually do not change from C0 to C6. There are some that absolutely... It's quality of life, but it does not change their entire kit. Candace is one of the few that it changes their entire kit. I think you get C0 Chevruz, I think is how you pronounce her name. I think you're set. Because, I mean, you get extra energy with this one, but you only can do it once every 10 seconds. You're not getting much energy. You're mostly building her with HP, so this is honestly giving her much more damage potential. It's just whatever the skill does. I think that's the skill. Yeah. Honestly, I'd have to test her a bit more with this. This actually might have potential to change her kit. Oh, wait. I didn't see C6. This is actually... This just comes out of nowhere, too. Just out of nowhere. And you get potentially 60 pyro damage bonus or 60 electro damage bonus. Okay, yeah. It doesn't... Again, it doesn't change her playstyle, though. It's just buffing her support capabilities. It doesn't change her kit. She still... Like I said, I don't know how this cooldown removing skill hold project... I do not know how C4 properly works. I would need to see gameplay of it. But she stays a constant support. I mean, she gains a little bit of attack with C2. But otherwise, it's just help boosting her support capabilities. This is not changing how her kit is played at all. She stays... She does better support. It does not change her kit. Funny enough, she's the only 4-star I don't have. And then, I mean, I got Venti, Yoimiya, Ayaka, Ayato, Farina, Hutal, and Ganyu. I'm only missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm only missing 8 characters. 7 if I can get a Chevruz. And I'm on guarantee on my alt, so... I hear Nahida has a chance of coming back. But I kinda want Lenny. I mean, I don't have Kazuha, but I feel Lenny and Venti have potential to work well together. Or if I can't bring Venti... Honestly, maybe a Ganyu Linny. Well... I don't know, I'll figure it out. Alright, okay, I just gotta be careful on this one. And I'm pretty sure I already got all the salt. Over here. Barely, but yeah, I had enough. Okay, that's all that. Oh, right, the, Oceanid now. You're invulnerable to Animo. Actually, let me bring... This is really gonna mess with me,
A
but...
walk would be nice.
Let me bring this team.
Gather! Order guide you.
Witness my great undertaking.
Nowhere to run. Judgment is upon you.
Alright, takes care of that. Invulnerable to Dendro, but takes increased damage from Polearm. Okay. Do I think Gami will be fun to play? I don't know. I haven't looked into his kit. I haven't looked into Cloud Retainer's kit. Honestly, depending who they bring for reruns, I honestly might skip all of 4 point. See, we're on 4.4 now, right? Shit, what patch are we on? You thought Gaming would... Um, rumor is, I don't think we're getting a character selector this year. I think it's going to be select a free skin. I think that's what people are saying. I don't know, we might get both. I mean, if he has a chance of being free... What do you mean select Klee? Why would I be selecting her? Oh. I don't know. I mean... Supposedly... Now, this one I did read up on. I don't know how it looks. If there is a chance that Shinha skin is free... I'm sorry, Klee, but... No, Shinha gets the skin. Anyway, but they haven't made any 5-star skins since. I don't really have any polearm characters built. Oh, that sucks. How cold does it feel then? Something's supposed to feel like... Why do I feel so cold? If it's barely cold out there. Oh well. I'll probably figure out why in a bit. You know what? I'm gonna do something I don't do much anymore. And let's drink alcohol. Why, you might ask? Well, if I'm going to cry, at least alcohol actually makes me have a good reason for crying. Because I'm actually more true with myself when I drink. I don't hold shit in. Let me get... Oh, wrong fucking cord. Now that I think about it, am I like one of the few people you watch who like swears the most? 'Cause I do tend to say fuck a whole fucking lot of times. Of course, that last sentence was for demonstration purposes, but I do tend to say a lot of fucking swears. probably. I mean, it's no problem. I guess a bit out of the blue. Oh, wait, no. Pull arm. Farzone's already there, so... let's just... I mean, yeah, but... I haven't really watched him recently. It's not that I don't want to, it's just... I'm usually so tired from work.
Boring. Burst forth. Coming to be.
Alright, where's this bitch at? Oh, over here. Okay.
Live. Moments of birth.
Go in! Have fun with this gift!
Evil conquering. Here.
Almost 75k. Oh god, that felt good. In with Shao. Oh, that was... Wait, I just realized something, Makoto. So you know how Albedo C4 only buffs Xiao at the moment? Look at Gao Ming's and Cloud Retainer's kits because of all the plunge damage. C4 actually get a bit more relevancy now. Now, I say that, and you could be like, well, how do you not know how they're going to play, but you know they're plunge attackers? I mean, supposedly, Cloud Retainer is a healer support. I just know they're supposed to be doing plunge attacks. Now, what the actual specific skills are, I have not read. I don't know what their ascension stats are, nothing. They're just... Honestly, their characters, I'm probably going to wait for a rerun on. I got other characters I want more. Like, top 3 most wanted characters on my main account. Risley, Eula, and Baiju. Those are my top 3 wants. Okay, I might potentially get Cloud Retainer. It depends how well her and Shao work together. Because she could potentially... I could remove Albedo, put in Cloud Retainer. I don't know. that has potential. But I got other ones. Baiju, like I said, I do want Baiju as much as I would hate it, because the first time he ran, I wanted him, didn't get him. His rerun, I wanted him, but Nouvellette was on the following banner. So I had to wait. But Eula, you know me, I've wanted Eula since I tried getting her last rerun, but I didn't make it in time. And then Risley and Shinha pair up so well together. And I don't have Ganyu, I don't have Aika, so getting Risley, he's actually a really cool character. Ooh, I'm gonna hit Reputation 3 already. Vulnerability to Electro, Cryo Res decreased. I say that, I still don't have a Cryo main DPS. Okay.
Let's go get ourselves some answers.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna run this. Oh, my ears feel like they want to pop.
Solidify!
Quietly now. Game's up. Time's over.
We'll talk! Burn! I will have order. Stabilize.
Gotcha. Here comes the catch.
Everybody stand!
Burning tears.
I mean, hitting up to almost 40k, guys, I want to say that was a 38k. That's not bad with you, Luke. Okay. These do look cool, though. I'll look at that later. Well, it's time for basically the most simplest boss fight ever.
This opportunity is quite hard to come by. Well then, amuse me. Surrender is a valid option. I promise I'll be gentle.
One with nature.
Not bad, not bad, not bad. You've got a trick or two.
Solidify!
There is no escape.
Into the wind.
Shine down. Inazuma shines eternal.
Who all do I need to do for a character? I already got a good amount for. I mean, Eula. No, that's. I got plenty of those just because no one else uses H2H. Though, it's been a while since I have fought that character. You. Ooh, you need Senora. It's been a while since I fought her. Yeah, let me actually try properly. Ooh. Yeah, I'll keep the OG team.
You're trembling. Is it the cold or just cowardice?
One with nature. Busted. Fallen leaves. Adorn my night. Into the wind.
Into the frozen void.
Take it easy.
Where's the... Oh, it's right here.
Stabilize!
Yeah! There is no escape.
Wind strider.
Order guide you.
Quietly now.
Clouds high. The birds call. One with nature.
Solidify!
Busted. Things are about to get dicey.
Now you shall perish.
Oh, come on, I'm wasting this.
Not every wound will heal. As one with wind and cloud.
Yeah!
Oh, I almost... That was almost 100k with right.
Illusion shattered, boss.
Look along.
Time to go.
Shine down!
Solidify!
The wind knows me.
Embrace the
This is
searing
order.
reckoning!
Oh, you moved. Of course you did.
Gather!
There is no escape!
One with nature.
Quiet them down. Game's up. Run's over.
I never asked for redemption!
Ooh, I got 2 of what I needed too. Oh, and a dream solvent. Score. Not the greatest. That was actually a pretty good haul. I mean, getting a billet would have been nice too, but 2 of them on top of a dream solvent? Hey, that's good. Let me just use one of these. Man, I've already gotten the one I can for this. Then I think about it. Who was the boss for... Wait, I got her maxed out, don't I? I do. You are Dvalin. Oh yeah, I could technically do that one boss. But I also don't want to break lore. I'm kind of set for Skara. Does anyone else use Scaramouche though? I mean, you used your own, which is ironic, but... Can't level you up. Okay. Wait, who did you, I wouldn't be able to do it. Okay, who do I want to level up? But you used Aishtaha, but I got like a shit ton of Aishtaha. That's who we just did for. Shinha took Senora.
Take it easy.
Yeah, I got like 19 of these horns. I want to say Eula uses those horns. I'm just looking up what Eula takes. Because, I mean, I did get a 50-50 win, so I definitely need to start over from scratch to save up for Eula. Yeah, Eula does take the crown. How many crowns? I don't know. I mean, I did want to fight him because it has been an insanely long time. And, I mean, Eula does take him, but so does Yulan. And, yeah, my talents are max, but, I mean, it's probably... Yeah, I'd say it's probably about time I actually properly finished out Yulan and... Yulan. I'm thinking how I pronounce it sometimes. Wait, I didn't see what his... Fire and Cryo. Okay, so I don't have to worry about any... Okay. Do I need a healer? More than likely, but I got chicken. I mean, what else is chicken for besides, you know, I don't know, eating, making a jab at my throat.
Take it easy.
It is time, Morax. We settle this now. Solidify.
Shine down!
Clouds high. The birds
Fisher.
come.
Torn to oblivion!
The enraged earth will not absolve you. Today, you witness your reckoning!
Take it easy.
But
Stabilize!
Illusion shut!
Order guide you!
Here comes the catch.
As one with wind and cloud.
There is no atonement for 1,000-year pain! Quake! You stand upon your tomb, though you know it not! Come, experience an eon of
Shine down.
suffering!
Now you shall perish! Erase all threats.
oh, so close.
Waiting.
Technically, I did kill him before Shogun went down, but He had to finish his animation. Yeah, I did need a gilded scale. Okay, yeah. Not the greatest. Okay, that works. Only one, but, I mean, it works. I'm tired of getting Rosaria. Yes, I know about the epilogue. Yeah, I probably got another hour till they get on. Okay. So what lawn talent can I level? This one. Maybe. Because this definitely wouldn't hit over 100k if I'd done that. So I need prosperity? Just for a change of scenery? Yeah, prosperity. And 4 of them. Gotcha. I cannot make that many. But it is open today. Otherwise, Sunday and Monday. Okay. Sunday and Monday aren't... Oh, but I work those evenings. But I could knock them out in 2 days compared to... Yeah, I'll wait for that then. Alright. It's about to get cold in the camper this coming week. I might just have to be quick on certain stuff. Okay. That'll really try to plug the holes. Y'all need to quit barking all the time. Alright, I guess I could do a quick relic run. I mean, if she's going gilded too. It's like the one domain I can't ever escape.
I'll ensure your safety.
First run's just setting up.
Solidify!
Illusion
You
shot.
are not welcome here.
Clouds high. The birds call. Into the wind.
Never will. Meet again.
Time to go.
Go outside, then I'll come back and actually try to run seriously for quickness.
Shutting down.
The wind knows me.
You want this one?
Alright. Let's see how quick I can beat this now.
Stabilize! You are not welcome here.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my...
Right this off the side. Go! Torn to oblivion.
Alright. 20 seconds. still get dog shit artifacts too. We're going to take a quick break real quick. Alright. Now what to do? I mean, I'm not trying to do too much. I'm not really wanting to start the main quest just. Wanna kill me sometimes? Lay down. Hopefully there won't be many more distractions tonight. I mean, guess is there anything else I'd want to stream till and then come back to this, or no? Well, much else I can stream because I don't have my PS4 at the moment. Yeah, guess just taking a while and actually exploring. Trying to get the last of the last chest. So I guess let's see what all I missed. Okay, those crystals confused me. I immediately thought, why is there a Celia right there?
Illusion shattered.
One with nature. Cheer.
In all fairness, there have been times where you do that and a chest will spawn. I don't think there was anything on top of this.
The wind knows me. into the wind. Time to go. One with nature.
I mean, yeah, but who doesn't just want to climb shit sometimes?
The wind knows me.
But yeah, I'm starting to think there might not be anything, because that's all pointy. Fun fact, you share 40% of your genes with bananas. So technically you could say you're part banana. I mean, humans and dolphins are 85% similar. Not seeing any chests. Fun fact, dolphins will actively try to EPAR you. EPAR spelled backwards. Yeah. Well, I know one thing I can do.
I've been waiting. The banquet must go on.
Gather!
Please remain seated. The banquet must go on.
I'll put you on. Let's move.
Please remain seated.
Solidified!
That's the last. Yeah, that's the last over here. All right.
Gather!
Another rude lout.
Do I want to know? Probably not. But as long as it isn't YouTube restricted, go ahead.
Wow, this is so lucky.
Shine down. One with nature.
This is order!
Let me guess, someone was fucking a kid. Then again, I'm probably thinking... Oh. I took it a whole other direction, my bad. Now that I think about it, why would they even make a harem for him? I mean, there was a canon relationship. Well, I know one show that was popular in Spanish then. Alright, how many was that? Ooh, I only need 20 more. And hell, he'll be about 30k then, I think. Alright, in that case... I do need to test how good his damage was doing.
Coming to be.
Bow your head.
There is no escape.
Let the mighty be humble.
Almost 20k. That's not even at full level talents either. So he's doing good.
Settle down.
Yeah, I guess let's try this one last time. Not gonna get anything good, but...
Shine down!
Witness a great undertaking. Into the wind.
Be sanctified.
Now you're testing my pick.
I'm getting sick of this.
Will. Again.
Yeah. I mean, I could blow my resin. I just don't know what to blow my resin on. Hell, I'm trying to think of this is just good in general for... If I could get a third one. This will have to do for now. A lot of people use Gilded Dreams. That's fair. But a surprising amount have started doing Golden Troop. Because I can see why with that one. That had to have a decent amount of bad rolls. Let's see, that one, again, not the greatest. That's an off piece. Alright, because Electro. Surprisingly, people put attack percentage even with... Okay. Do I got any good attack piece for... Elemental Mastery? That has potential. handicap Sino. Okay, I mean, I wouldn't mind building Yaimiko. I guess I can splurge a bit. Let's do 9, at least keep 15. So that starts 3 runs, okay.
Illusion shattered. The wind knows me.
Let the mind blade end this now!
Now you're testing my patience.
I'm getting
Will meet again.
That I'll get anything good, but yeah, there's hope. It's an HP Gobble, injured recharge. That'd be. Daiju has that new set, but I mean, there's Kiara.
You are not welcome. Bow your head.
One with nature.
The tides beckon.
Now you're testing my patience.
An oversight. On my part.
Fuck.
The wind knows me. Coming to be.
Illusion shattered.
Silence.
Will meet again.
How regret.
Didn't think I'd get frozen, but okay. Attack and crit rate.
You are not
Ancient power. Clouds high. The birds
settle down.
Will meet again.
Where's all that sound I think I'm hearing? Yeah, they're probably working on the house. Alright. No, what was the... Oh, right, it was... Okay, just actual EM, so no tactics. Physical... He's got HP and energy recharge. That's still good for Proto, Baiju. I'd still probably go for a new set when I get Baiju. There's still Kiara though.
You are not welcome here.
Into the wind.
Silence! Let the mighty be humbled. This is...
Wonder why you're saying this is. Don't need that. Okay.
Shine down.
You are not welcome here.
One with nature.
The tide is setting.
Will meet again.
Means a gold crit rate. But still not a good crit rate. Oh, alright. So we can get started on the main quest again in a bit. Let's finish grinding out the domain. But hey, Shadow. Oh, by the way, I can clear this domain a lot quicker. Makoto's seen it. I cleared this in 20 seconds.
You are not welcome here. Set it down. Be sanctified.
Will meet again.
Why do I keep thinking a dog is barking every time that sound effect happens? Like, in background, there's like a... I don't know. That is still a pretty good artifact. I'm thinking my next build... I forgot about Navia. I got Navia. I kind of want to build Yamika next, though.
You are not welcome.
Shine down.
Into the wind.
The tide is ready.
Will meet again.
Hell, sometimes I almost think like they're growling, but it's probably just the wind or something. That is still a good piece, though, for a flower.
You are not welcome here.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my...
Silence!
Fuck.
Let the mighty be humble.
Oh, look, a 22nd. And they messed me up. Nope. Nope. He's got career rate and attack percentage. I'll take it.
You are not welcome here.
One with nature.
Bow your head.
Witness my great undertaking. Into the wind.
I'm getting sick of this.
One with nature.
An oversight on my... Gotcha.
Into the wind. Come into being.
And now that I'm set up, let's see how quick I can do this next one. Oh, 3 pieces. Still not the greatest.
You are not welcome.
There is no escape.
As one with wind and cloud.
Bow your head. The tides beckon. Will meet.
Okay, yeah. Wasn't my quickest. Probably shouldn't have done Nouvelle Assault, honestly. It's got Ian for Virgin builds. So for now. Same for that, just for now. Alright, yeah, let me do the last 4 runs. But then do a strong box. Honestly, I don't know how I can improve Albedo much more. So I'm going to try finishing out my child. I need a good attack piece for child. Actually, no, I can do this here.
Stabilize. You are not welcome here.
Inazuma shines eternal. I'm so sick.
now you're testing my patience. Will meet again.
I'll pay the damn child support when they give me a good artifact. How about that? Ganyu.
One with nature. Clouds high. The birds.
Now you shall perish.
Will.
18 seconds. See, y'all are taking something out of... Oh! Will it! Fucking will it! Okay, I paid my damn child support. It rolled one time into crit damage. The rest, yeah, it rolled nothing but HP. The game's already fucked with me. This is the second time this has happened. This one just had like 3% higher crit damage. This has happened twice. Shadow doesn't drink, so I would have to take Shadow's place if for Venti. Cause me and that Archon, we are going to drink the shit. And besides, Venti is one of the coolest Archons. I don't care what anyone says. Damn, I don't want to attempt trying to drink that God Under.
Stay close and you will live.
Just what will we come across this time?
Time down.
Now you're testing my patience.
Propagate!
Let's end this now.
Riptide. One with nature. Time to go.
Alright. Now I can properly try something. Yeah, it's an attack goblet. If it was an HP goblet, I'd at least look at it for Farina.
There's no escape! Scatter! Spring! I'm getting sick of this.
Now you're testing my patience.
Into the wind.
Gotcha.
You can run. Can't hide.
Well, you don't pick Zhongli. That's the first person you do not pick. Motherfucker remembers everything. You also don't pick Nahida. That bitch has the Tree of Irmin's soul. She knows everything in the world. Honestly, the one person you want to pick, you want to talk to A. No, you pick A because she hasn't been outside the Shogun's body for much. So how stuff is currently, you could probably win a debate with A. Ito is going to blow so far. Yeah, you're not going to win a debate with Ito. Like I said, Shogun, you can win a debate against her. Unless you're talking about diseases, you could possibly win with Kole because she's been basically hospitalized most of her life. That even if she's told something and she believes it, it might not exactly be right. Who else? Don't pick Yoimiya. Not Yo, yeah. You don't pick Yanfei. She fucking knows her laws. Yeah, don't pick anyone really from Liyue because most of those fuckers been around so long. Oh! Chi-Chi forgets so much. You could probably win against Chi-Chi. But it's not that she's not trying, it's just... Well... She can only do so much. Pick Bennett. He's not going to win the debate. No matter how hard he tries, his bad luck's going to screw it all up. You could honestly probably beat Venti. He goes to sleep pretty often, and for long periods of time. Because, I mean... Right after the Lawrence clan got defeated and Mondstadt was once again free, he basically went to sleep until the game started. Honestly, you got a point, Makoto. But if it was free unlimited booze, I'd lose a debate on purpose. See, me and Venti share a lot in common. The only difference is I'm a girl, he's a guy. But people get as confused as the other. How about that? I definitely want this character for my account though, on my main account. Oh, right. Something happened earlier. I still do not have C6 Kujosara. I am still C5. I have gotten a Bennett, I have gotten a weapon, I have gotten a Rosaria. The game still is not giving me a fucking C6 Kujosara. But I got a C1 Raiden Shogun now. So I'm only one constellation away from that sweet defense reduction. I mean, that's going to be a massive power spike. I wouldn't say a massive one, but it's going to be a good damage output increase.
Where I'm from, if we didn't keep moving, we'd freeze.
Oh damn, I reached the maximum. Alright, give me something good. Yeah, it'd be something. No, 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 no. Oh, come on, a double crit with a defense. Someone's mastery. It's attack and crit. I don't know who could use it, but someone possibly. I mean, he got crit damage, so I'll attempt it. I need 2 more. Or, let me undo you. Actually, no, wait, I just got some Heart of Depths, yeah. And I can put you back on there. No. Nah, no. You do got potential. Your EM with energy recharge. You got crit damage. Okay. Still not the ideal route I'd like to go, but I mean, you are giving me crit damage. It's attack. It's HP. It's healing bonus, but okay.
Literally.
I didn't even know he did that. Okay. And it's got more attack. If this rolls into flat HP, I'm gonna fucking kill myself. Um... So we got the same crit damage. And okay. So, you better roll right. Oh, okay. Come on. Come on. Please. Okay, you did roll HP. Probably like twice. But you still got one more chance. I mean, this is already a better piece. Just... I don't even know why I was holding it. I could just have done this. Defense. Alright. So... not the greatest. But I'm closer to 120. I will deal more damage now. Just for shits and giggles, though. Just because it lost doesn't mean it was automatically shadow luck. Yes, I did want defense. How did this game know? It's just only on the wrong character. Were there any artifacts I was leveling for a particular character? It still isn't. I mean, it's kind of possible. It's not below 50 now. I mean, it's not optimal. Okay, oh yeah, there is, at least for right now. ER in attack. Do it one more time, game. Do it one more time. Okay. Alright,
No time to lose.
Alright, we're about to continue the quest, but... Alright.
Just what will we come across?
So... here's the thing, Shadow. So you know how I have, Nouvellette? Wait, Makoto, do you have, Nouvellette? Oh, you don't have him. Alright. So, I just want to say one thing. You know, my gun goes... Okay, well... I thought it would summon stuff. But... my gun goes... your gun goes...
Settle down.
I'm not saying it like a money thing, I was just... I wanted to make a joke, cause, you know... you got a fucking laser versus... You forget though, Shadow. I used to guarantee on Nouvelette. I didn't 50-50 him. So, I mean, I got lucky I even got him in the first place. I do want to use Nouvelette, though.
Sure.
Might bring out... oh no. Let me do Zhongli for now. Anyway... actually, this might be way... oh no, it's not below ground, okay. Oh yeah, that's where I got the idea from.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on? Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. But that does not mean that others cannot interact with it.
American... it's not the... I don't think it's the A10. But yeah, that's the exact thing I was quoting. I just did it in reverse. This strawberry is strong.
My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that.
No, what happened was, he was saying, your gun goes pew pew. Someone in the background lined up with him for the joke, because they were in the airplane, or the warplane that had that capabilities, and it just lined up. I don't think he did. I thought it was a plane in the background.
Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her.
Well, it's because the plane was in the background. Shit, what happened to so many Womble's, armor bullshitteries? Did they all disappear? Um. All right. One of them wanted to be called gas chamber. Okay, yeah, okay. I found a video. So go to 3 minutes on it, okay, Shadow? I mean unavailable. Well, at least click the link. But the 30, or not 30, the 3 minute mark. It's part 5.
She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead? Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time. We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat? Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake!
Alright, now that my hair's not in my way.
It was so delicious the last time we tried it. Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. Paimon's sure it'll be great.
1 slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
I mean, it's no worries. I can understand how you get the confusion.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Yet that's my situation. I cannot eat. Fucking ironic.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here.
It's fine, Shadow. I'm just saying it. Kind of find it ironic because I can actually relate to it. I mean, yeah, if you told me I couldn't eat for a solid month, I would have had the best food of my life right beforehand. So.
I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. I'm unsure this cake will be delicious. It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Oh, we don't know what.
We're near the Seabird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
I mean, we don't know when the prophecy will try to happen again.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
Why is this music reminding me of Trails in the Sky?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
I mean, yes, we do go to a floating city, but you're only in a floating city for maybe 10% of the actual duology. So for like the other... You only go to a floating city in the second game, and that's the final dungeon. Everything else, you're basically on the ground. Which is ironic considering it's called Trails in the Sky. I mean, you do go on airships, but... No, I mean, I get why you're saying that. But another reason is, right now we're in the capital. The capital is the most... I'm saying regal, but I mean it in like high society, medieval, castle music. Because, I mean, there were castles, it was a kingdom. I don't know, it's hard to fully explain everything.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking. If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
I mean, that's fair.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot. You mean, still traveling? Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
So far time is going okay.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Meropide, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him. Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. the crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her? Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, alright then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh?
I guess they have had an effect on her.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
Take away the extra S and take away the French pronunciation, Poisson becomes poison. Oh, she's actually underneath us.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her.
It's still pissing me off that they actually killed off Melis and Silver.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over? Who's that?
Farina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon! I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marche Sauce Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too. Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up with her! This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here!
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
It almost looked like they wanted to attack her.
Paimon's exhausted.
You're floating.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
The fuck?
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already... It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free. Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
But that was you speaking your true feelings.
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
The hell, Lenny?
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice! One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making history!
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
How real is shit about to get?
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranès. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words,
The earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
But I thought we were being genuine with Farina, because she looked like she was about to break. So they even tricked us.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage. Oh? Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
I mean, that is a very practical use.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Nervilette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Nervilette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervilette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Huh. An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am?
I mean, we saw Oceanids earlier. But that's the people. You're split in half. So what could you be, is the question.
And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter who gave the words. If it's true, it's true.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Neverlet sensed it too, huh?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods.
But Arlecchino already probed you.
For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Yeah, child's conviction.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
But if you want to uphold justice, you need to explain your laws.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
But we got Lenny's case.
That doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't think this clue can be used as compelling evidence to build our case.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, with Primordial Seawater, people could claim New Valetas.
That doesn't sound right.
But yeah, if we're trying to protect New Valette.
That doesn't sound right.
But what did I pass over? Oh, I didn't realize I passed over this.
It has been established that all Fontainians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... That's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewien? If you are present, Miss Siegewien, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewien? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewien.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewien. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You... Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is... guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
So the trial's just over?
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed.
View the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
I didn't.
So what do you see? What is it?
I didn't think we'd get the first prophecy slate.
I believe I have now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember. slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn, the process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if. That doesn't sound...
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
Okay. This one's clearly Navia.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
That doesn't sound...
I mean, kinda does.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Circulating throughout Fontaine. But then why would it deal with Neuvillette's power?
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay.
Anyway.
The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropeak was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The stone slate's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
That's true. No, give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry for the plasticky background noise.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it! But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations!
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, Even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
Yeah, what's going on for you to ask that? Weird. I'll reattach it and see if it fixes itself. It's weird. I wasn't unmuting. Or muting. The only thing I can think of is, maybe the connection to the controller is starting to get a bit shot. So hopefully blowing dust out fixes it.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy,
We're continuing it.
Everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
So you're saying we fucked up?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before. This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Fuck, it's the narwhal, isn't it? Don't have connections to
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Wait. What's going on? Why did it break out here?
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
Huh?
It had already absorbed too much of the Primordial Sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future.
I mean, it seems like there is a way to save everyone.
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina! No, I still need answers.
You...
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor? Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no.
But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne.
That came to pass. 'Cause she was alone and weeping on her throne.
In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
So what happens now? I mean, it's fair to attempt at least trying to talk to her. But I mean, it's about to get real sad, isn't it?
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontainians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the...
Oh, I wasn't trying to cut it off, just... So to speak naturally, we gotta turn the lights off.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Into the wind.
Bow your head.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Settle down. Crumble.
Oh, are we going on the Star Rail? Sorry, had to. And now I'm playing as Serena.
Farina. Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're... mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me? What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, Your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
You weren't. You were not looking forward to this at the end.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Verena. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering, if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before. Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play. This won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine! There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
Oh, you're such a gentle and wise God. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought, then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass.
Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion.
Sorry, dog's so distracting for a bit, but I'm just muting while I eat. I'm still here though.
Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. Alright, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer. A descendant of a line most ardent.
They can't perceive it. She's crying while she's doing this.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Uh-huh. Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries, but there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Nicolette. Yeah, I felt like a robot. But, like Farina, at work I gotta put on an act, so they're definitely relatable.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Farina, You've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall. Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
But Ring knew all along. And she suffered.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness, and Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia. and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
And he's trying to process everything. He couldn't understand humans, much less a god, but to sacrifice yourself just to give up your power at the very end. Why?
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
What is he doing? Oh god, Bree consumed him.
I, Iudex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
He's an ultimate sadness.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come. Done my best to separate the power of the Primordial Sea away. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together. I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Shine down!
Stabilize! The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself. Solidify! Bow your head.
I did not expect this for the boss.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
As one with wind and cloud! Illusion shattered!
Gather! Silence! Let the mighty be humbled!
One with nature!
Settle down!
Into the wind!
Silence!
The wind knows me.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but... oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative, it eats too much, and I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Huh?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir, then? Or Gold Rhindaughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard! Rhindaughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
So they were still dissolved? What? Oh, never mind.
Hey! Help! Over here!
All hands, initiate emergency rescue!
Hurry!
Hey, lend a hand!
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Almost cried there.
The
Almost cried.
post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Starship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem.
You're not a child. It is okay to feel emotions. Hell, I said I almost cried. I wanted to cry for Melus and Silver. Also, hello, Moment? Sorry I haven't been a very talkative person, but welcome. I just wanted to let this story play out. How you doing, by the way, Moment? Or, if I'm not pronouncing it correctly, how should I pronounce your name?
People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
Oh, nice. I'm glad I actually got it correct. Honestly, I'm the worst person with names. Well, no, I didn't want to say Moo. Because, yes, it is M-O-O. But if we're going off possible pronunciations, it could be, I mean, this game is Chinese, but most English speakers learning a second language, okay, not most, but if you're into anime or anime games, you're more likely going to learn to try to learn Japanese. I tried, I failed. Maybe I'll try again at some point. But with, you know, two O's, it's like, instead of Moment, it's Bowman. Because it's double O. Not saying that's the case, I'm just saying with the double O, I took into consideration how I'm taking certain names I don't recognize into account. I mean, hell, the only phrase I could do in Japanese was Watasho nato and Watasho wata desu. Yoroshiku konhanamasu. That's the best I can do in Japanese. I say Naoto because my YouTube name, but that changed. So, yeah, the best I can do is Watasho wa Naoto desu. Yoroshiku konhanamasu. I mean, I don't even... Actually, I do remember this. EA. Which translates to no.
What do you think?
Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Not necessarily. I feel like most things have been explained. And burn my throat. But I guess the moon house fulfilling the prophecy. I don't know, I'm not saying it in a bad way. I know straight bosses are easy. I just thought it'd be a bit harder. If anything, that's like the only question. Like, why wasn't the boss harder? Yeah, my controller's acting weird.
Do we have anyone doing maintenance on this?
Yeah, but oh, fairness, that boss. Yes, it was artificially, but that boss felt longer. Anyway, if you're still here, oh man. I mean, I guess when did you start watching? Because, I mean, I get my personality does take into consideration if you want to stay, just... I'm not saying you have to stay. Just, wasn't the most reactionary, but I guess so far has been. I mean, I barely talk, so I mean, even if I say so far was it enjoyable, see my experience. I mean, I didn't really talk much. But at the very least, has the stream been enjoyable? Wait, where's the main oh, main story goes here. Fuck, I'm dumb. Yeah, I'm glad. I mean, I'm going to say to... I mean, I don't think Makoto is still here. But... I do stream Star Rail Moment. I don't know if you are more Star Rail or Genshin. I do stream both. In all fairness, when Makoto first woke up, he did join the stream. So I'm not saying he has to fully watch the stream. I mean, it's been...
There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it.
She joined around 8:30. No account is cursed. Hey. If you'll continue with us, or how long are you free, Moment? I say Moment, but I meant Moment. I'm sorry for the mispronunciation. Because I'm not saying it in a bad way, I'm just... You could always fight back. That's... probably an hour. Hey Shadow. Well, actually, you too, because you've probably seen the end of the quest. How much longer do I have with this? Because if you will come back, if I do end this, to a Star Rail stream, I just want to see... Actually, what's... I know Shadow's in Asia. Are you from America, my man? Yeah, I mean, Shadow just said it's the usual ending.
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as Despina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorian?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
But challenge your sword, even to a false Archon, you're going to generate hostility. That'll BRB. Alright, I'm back. Let's just see how this, server talks. Depending on this interaction goes. You feel, actually, I'm not trying to auto-pause the quest. Where are you at the current certain point in, Star Rail moment?
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand, at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Chlorand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridsley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade, it is the last link I have to the land of my birth.
No worries, women.
There are leaves
take your
around,
time.
and I know just the tune to accompany them.
I mean, I know you got limited time, so if I need to hop on Starro, if you will rejoin, I'm not asking you to join, it's up to you. I mean, I enjoy anyone who enjoys watching, at least wanting to see what happens. Do you remember your UID at least? I'm not saying like I'm trying to put you in a corner, I'm not. I just, if you can't, you can't. If you don't remember, you don't remember. Yes. I mean, we'll say I've gotten lucky. I got playing this Lycon, but
Wherever in this world I roam.
I'm just saying that, like, well, Shadow knows. I lost Blade's Lycon because I sorry. I had saved for right after Sela's rerun on Star Rail. I had been saving, and I'd saved enough for. I mean, it was the 50-50 still, and I did end up getting Blade. But I ended up getting lucky enough I could save up enough for Blade's Lycon, because I did lose that 50-50. But if you don't remember your UID, I'm not going to force you. Would you be free tomorrow by any chance? I'm not saying to make you stick around. Well, there's two red hair guys. If you mean the most recent, yes, Argenti is the most recent. But if you mean like within I mean there are 4-star, but Luca is the most recent redhead. I'm not asking you to re-download the updates though. Well, I mean, I'm not saying like re-download updates and then. Oh yes, then Argenti was definitely the most recent redhead. Honestly, I got 2 accounts. I mean, it's the same for this game. I mean, I'll even pull up my most recent, like, I'll even pull up my alt. So, I'll show you my current characters and my alt characters in a second. 4 stars, I still do not have, Tifaroos? I feel like Tifaroos is, probably the most accurate. I did not play the most recent update. I was too late to it to get her pronunciation.
Stop.
But so, well, right, Chevriers. That does sound French.
Knock it
The bad part is I did take French, but I forgot it. Anyway, so, wait. Yes, or in case you didn't catch it, yes, Dr. Ratio as the DPS is a free DPS to any account. As long as you made it to her space station. Or at least made it to where, and as long as you meet Asta, you get a free Dr. Ratio. Up to 2.1. So, even if you don't do it this update, or this coming update, you would get it even the following update. They give you 2 patches for free DPS. Now, I hear if you have Topaz, yes, you're downloading updates. I'm not saying, like, if you can't remember, you can't remember. Just... I do stream both this game and... Fucking background noise. Oh, wait. What? Platform do you play on? I'm not saying a bad thing, I'm just saying... Maybe the reason I could get Blades Light Cone was because I started later than... than you. Cause... I'll admit, I did start Genshin late. I started Genshin... Laptop, okay, I wish my laptop was capable. So... Let me say my perspective for Genshin, right? I basically started Genshin... Shinha's first debut. That's when I started Genshin. I didn't get her. I got her the next year. And then I got Zhongli as my second 5-star.
Wine taste.
So that's when, because I didn't really, in my opinion, lose the 50-50. But I play on console. No harm to mobile or nothing, just... funny. That was my same as well. I mean, I say I started shooting his banner because technically it's like it's a banner beforehand, but I won 2 Tal. I lost 2 Tal because I misclicked, so I didn't play for a bit, and then I strongly lose my first proper 5-star. Being a Hydro main DPS, Child or Ayato? In your opinion? Knowing how main DPS Hydro is. Well, I'll include Neuvillette, because I don't know if you have Neuvillette or not. But between Ayato, Child, and Neuvillette, who has your favorite gameplay? I should say. Also, oh, you're a Neuvillette main. Okay. I mean, I love Monsieur Neuvillette myself, even as a girl. Though, I do enjoy the woman a bit more. Well, obviously, as a Neuvillette main, you did get Neuvillette during his original run. Do you remember how your... Do you know your UID for... What region are you from? I do want to ask. Because if you don't remember your region, you don't remember your UID. Not your region. If you don't remember your UID, you don't know it. It's just... I love Neuvillette myself. I just kinda... Oh, you're from North America. Do you go for the Lucky Banner by chance? And sorry on the background noise. Cause... I don't know if you do, but... I just would like to compare Neuvillette's, if that makes sense. I'm not saying mine's better. If yours is better, honestly, all of them were better. Thinking background noise is probably pretty loud. Do you know your UID for Genshin? Cause I'm not saying, what's the word?
This blade. It is the last link I have.
I'm not trying to compare and meanness, it's just, I want to improve my Neuvillette. You say you're a Neuvillette main, and I would like to improve him. Cause...
To the land of my birth.
638663636. Okay. Honestly, I am going to add you. I'm not saying you have to add me. It's just I would like for you to keep watching. I'm not saying like I mean, if I add you, you're going to keep watching. If you don't like me, you don't like me. You could unadd me and I understand. It's one of those, I mean, you just said could you re-input your UID? Because it is in the chat I currently see. But I do know you did say it. was just odd. Actually, no, don't say it. I could I can re-see it. It's just refining it. Though, if you do want to re-input it, I'll definitely try to memorize it for the stream. I mean, it's going to be a close call for if I can refine the input. Not trying to make you re-input it, just if you can. 3 or 6. Okay. Can I get memorized? Why is it not seeing that? 6, 3, 8. So the string can... No, because the string got your wording. When you make the numbers, if you'll re-input it one more time, if you could add actual wording to the numbers, the numbers are the numbers. I'm not trying to make you input it a third time. Just... if you'll add actual wording to it, for some reason the stream isn't capturing. Like, I see the numbers when they pop up, but they're not being archived in chat for some reason, if that makes sense. Unless you can remember Shadow. Because I'm not trying to make them constantly re-input it, it's just... string chat, like, I see when they initially type it, but 6... okay, yeah, that is making it stick. Thank you, Moment. I don't know why that's making it stick, but not actual numbers. 3, 6, 3, 6. Oh. New Year's, same me. Oh, you got child as well. Okay, Black Child, not Black Child, Black Castle Zhongli. Let me screenshot this just in case. But 40,000. Oh. I wish I had your new fillet now. I mean, like 76 crit rate plus 260. Just damn. You are definitely new fillet main. 1088. Oh, Skyward Heart. Okay. Okay. I mean, Oh, wait. Honestly, hard death with a 2 police Marche Hunter? Did charge attack? That's probably... Because I know Child's charge attack can do really good. That's probably, honestly, a really good build. But, I mean, I hear Child's charge attack is one of his greatest aspects. Okay, you got him at 62, 212. No, not 212. 210. Almost 211. I wish my child was good. Because, I mean, I'm at... I can only do Rust. But right now, my child is at...
Knock it off.
68... 115. So, I mean, I do wish my child was better. I mean, heck, my Nivelette. Actually, come back to characters. I don't have his weapon. Only for burst when I'm doing Well, yeah, that's what I want to try to say. Like, my Nivelette, I got Ballad of the Boundless Blue. I get, the 4-star option. Amber Heart. It's the one craftable weapon you can actually craft, right? I get that as an option, but even then, I still only have him C0. I would love to have him C2 like you do. Your new Volette is honestly very, very nice. Wish I could have that type. I mean, hell, I just got C1 Shokin, but I still need to get C2. What's there? You need C... What's C4 do? When is on field and is healed. Once drops in radio, the spike can occur once every... I would say it's needed. But if you're trying to prolong him on field... If his surge attack lasts for a decent amount of time, and it lasts for 4 seconds, you can do a skill and then burst. You can do force charge attacks, I feel like, with this. Which, actually... Do you want to enter... yeah, there we go. Go back to this and add. You know that's what I'm saying. That is even more DPS. I'm agreeing with you. How much longer do you have, by the way, Moment? Because if I can compare your star rail to me, I'm not saying you have to give me your UID. I'm just saying I do want to help you, if that makes sense. No, I'm not saying they're awful. Honestly, they can... Alright, so if you'll come back within 2 minutes, I don't think Makoto will. I know Shadow will. I'm going to restart streaming because on console, if I quit the game, it's going to quit the stream. So, as a console streamer, I wish I was a computer, but I'm not. But as a console streamer, I can only do so much. If you'll rejoin within 2 minutes, I will start a Star Rail stream. And I will look at your characters. I will try my best. I'm not saying I'm the greatest. I'm just saying I genuinely, it's not out of, what's the word? I'm not saying out of pride I'm not the greatest. I'm not saying out of hubris I don't want to seem high and mighty. I honestly want to help people. I mean, I got Shadow back in the Star Rail and Genshin. I wasn't trying to force him, but he did enjoy the game after giving him tips. So, I'm not saying I'm the greatest of everything, just I will be back within 2 minutes. I'll input a Star Rail stream, and I hope to help you there, is all I'm saying, Moomin. So give me 1 second, I'll be right back.